Just adjusting you guys. I'll get back to it. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Oh boy. So, we bring a chapter to a close. It seems that is largely what happened last week. Up on the high Leyline Observatory, you all as a party allowed Kalanestra to send Yvonne Yor, the long-sought artificer, tumbling over the balcony into the lightning storm of Zeus and down into the mountain below. Then dropped the entire observatory on top of him, just to be, extra sure. Ed Yord, beside himself, went down with the ship, went down with his brother, went down with the observatory, but not before Etharrith gave him a potion of an unseen pact with Hecate. Little is known of the fate of Ed Yord, except that Etharrith would know through Kalanestra that a pact was sealed in a nave. Maybe he's dead and that pact doesn't matter. Maybe he's out there. But if Ed Yord's alive, he is now a servant of Hecate, really, or not. After that, you guys just kind of proceeded to, tie up loose ends, go to the temple, talk to the Azure Vanguard, get shot at by the Azure Vanguard, take the shield generator, give it to the Azure Vanguard and House Shambra. You were compensated for damages to your ship due to a misunderstanding. And now the place is yours. The Celeste is yours to do with what you will. One of those things is purchasing a new amount of crew to man the Prophet's Demise. And that's where we're at. That's where we're at, folks. You guys hired some new individuals to help man your ship. And we will take it up from there. So, well done. Day's work or a week's work complete. The Yords are no more. And you've got some new crew members. So what is next for the Prophet's Demise and her crew? And her new captain, apparently, Etharrith, who is bringing along Kalanestra just in case there's another mutiny, just in case there's some kind of curse, where the captains constantly die. Yeah.
I ended last session by going into the Astral Sea.
That is true. You ended the last session by going into the Astral Sea. I suspect you went to see Mama.
Yes, that is the idea.
Mama. All right, very well. Why don't we go over there and check in with Oh, we all fucking froze. That's it.
Well, I think it's you that's froze.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
There we are. We're back. Sorry about that. Internet's still a little janky. Okay, we make it back. Mama. Very cool. You appear on your little stone top there, and you wait. This is an instant. She doesn't appear before you in an instant, but I'll say actually she comes to you in a way that's a little different than before. You like wait for her for, let's say, you're waiting around for like 8 minutes. You know she knows you are there, and she appears to you, not in this like godly size and form. She appears to you on the rock, seemingly out of thin air, standing on the same plinth as you. She's your size, but the three figures, the three manifestations of her will, appear to you, and oh god, I apparently get thrown off the rock. My apologies. Um, and she says, "You have done well, my child." All in unison, of course.
I have to say, it doesn't feel as if I have. It feels more like I've been trying to walk one path only to find I've been advancing down another one unknowingly. I feel like I've been furthering your will through incompetence or just dumb luck. It's humiliating.
Hmm. It is not mine to note what happens at the end of the road, simply to know that you walked it, and walked it well you did. I enjoyed every precious step. And you did fulfill my word in the end. Or your sister did. You by accessory.
Etharrith kind of he has his staff out. He's like fiddling with it. I don't know what is required of me from here on out. You asked for Ed to face down the Illithid prophet, but Ed is now a thrall, no longer required. I'm the captain now, but I don't know to what end.
Oh, Esther, don't you see, my child? She kind of approaches. They approach. She says, crossroads are just a wonderful way of saying choices. And you, Esther, my dear, have made such exquisite choices since you were born here. You could have abandoned the sights that I gave you in favor of the High Witch and her visions of the death of Arendil. But you stuck true to your path that you felt was right. Know that each path is important. Know that I did not set you on to make you feel the fool. You have walked paths of victory. You have walked paths confusing. You have walked paths of defeat. And now you have been diplomatically chosen to lead your ship. My, don't you see, my love? You have grown beyond disciple. You have mastered the craft. You have walked the many roads. And now your next test is to not walk down the roads you've been given. Choose which crossroads to walk once you reach them. It's to choose the road entirely. Ed Yord, he was a tool of my will. He was a test of your growth. Don't you see? Ediord was not meant to face down the prophet. No one is meant to face down the prophet but those who would choose to walk them. So Etharrith, Ediord is no longer my puppet, my tool of teaching. Teaching is over. You're the captain, and you could be the leader of so much more.
I possess the notes of the Jord brothers. What would you make of a choice to deliver those to the Illithid, bring about an age of world-shattering misery, offering the weapon to the one who would definitely use it?
I would say that's your road to walk. You must understand, and I hope you see now, that it is not my domain to send people in this direction or that. It is merely to provide choice and opportunity, to provide the crossroads to choose to walk there. You have many choices before you. I will not tell you which one to walk. It has never been my domain. I am simply here to help when you do decide to walk them. If you decide that the time of the Illithid has come, well, there will be opposition, but not from me. If you choose to join with the Elven Armada and slay all the Illithid and become a great hero, then my goodness, I'll be excited to see what happens. But if you choose to become the leader of my cult and teach the witchcraft, teach the meaning of crossroads, that would delight me as well. It is not for me to judge which road you walk. It is for me only to present the many paths and winding roads.
I have two desires. And Etharrith will sort of raise one hand. One is that I wish to become something of a guide. It can be frightening to try and navigate roads shrouded in darkness. I would not seek to so much as illuminate them. Certainly, it's impossible to look too far ahead. But I would like to advise to glean something of the consequences of an action. For good or for ill, it matters not. My other desire is you. You are my creator, my mother. I was conjured from your magic. I would see it that you are entertained, pleased that the roads that I walk are ones that bring joy or excitement to your existence. That has always been what has motivated my choices so far, that which would make you smile.
And so I have smiled for you ever since. Your choices, most exciting. And to be a guide, exciting still. So let me tell you a simple guiding principle. I ask only this of my followers. Choose a path and walk it unerring. And should you stumble, call upon the powers that be, my powers. Ask for them. Gain aid through the power of magic. And gain the ability to continue to march ever forward. It is only in action or surrender to the chosen path that would displease me. To choose another road, that is one thing. To surrender, that is another. I stand ready to aid those who walk their paths faithfully, and as you guide them that way, know that the powers of Hecate are never too far beyond. Not for you, but for me.
Much to think on, I think. But thank you. I know it comes as no surprise every time I venture here, but I find that you're always here when I need you. So that warms what little of a heart I have.
Oh, Etharrith, child, you have a swelling heart. I see it well. How fast you clung to your sister when I set her on your path. I say this not in disgrace. It is a good thing. You need each other, I feel. Temper one another. Guide them, Etharrith. Guide them all. Guide the witches of my coven, if you feel it's your path to walk. And know I am not evil, just willing to fuel the ambitions of my followers with raw.
By your leave, then, Mother. And I'll offer a deep bow.
Pretty bell. And all three of the women, the mother, maiden, crone, they smile gleefully at you like a proud mother as you leave. Assumedly. Presumably.
Yeah, I head back. I return to the material plane. I think I left in the middle of like the witches' party.
The witches' party! Absolutely. In which we're going to go to what that interaction was, because Arendil, you emerged, and as Etharrith just Irish goodbye into the astral plane. I should say astral goodbye. um, I am so sorry. Oh my god. We're Kalanestra approached you. Um, so as we find ourselves a bit of load, there we go. The most witchy of places. Kalanestra approaches you, Arendil. Arendil, welcome back. I see that you are not so mighty and majestic that you cannot. You can still stand to dwell with us lowly witches here and there.
Well, one is always pleased to see you anyway. And I am not so high and mighty. You're witches, well, you know you're witches.
So, you're not upset with me for killing poor Yvonne?
I am not upset. Judgment was served. That is all that would matter.
That's good. So have you come to drink and feast and dance under the moon naked and all of that?
Well, it depends on who with.
Excellent. I have to
No.
say, I'm surprised. I admit, Etharrith is captain. How did that come about?
He was second in command on the Prophet's demise, so it is only natural that he takes the lead. It is the way of the ship.
And not the paladin of Zeus, the king of paladins? He does not desire leadership over the ship?
I've been a seafarer for most of my life. I uphold the values that brings.
Hmm.
He
I see.
is next in line, so that is fair enough. I shall abide by that rule.
Next in line. Succession. Interesting way to run a ship.
It's how it's been done for many a year.
Hmm.
The thing is, I am here to serve judgment on behalf of Zeus, as his paladin. Not justice, but judgment. I may have been a bit hasty in the meaning of his word, but I've now come to realize that judgment comes in many forms. You going along was one such judgment that was agreeable and needed. So it took me a little while to get used to it, but this is what it is. I'm not here to overthrow anybody on the ship. I'm here to help.
Oh. I admit, you surprised me. Judgment, not justice. I guess it's up to you to decide what kind of judge you'll be. Do you intend to be a benevolent king?
I will be whatever is needed. There's many forms of judgment. Justice is served in many ways. And it means different to a lot of people.
So you'll be just, then.
Where it needs to be.
Hmm. You should know, the captain has offered me a place on the ship. One that I intend to accept considering the apparent history of mutiny and captain deaths on your ship.
I've only recently joined this ship. So, as for what has led before, I have no knowledge, but I have heard tale of a few captains before, leading back to my brother, where many of these have come from. So, I don't know. Mutiny, I'm not too sure. I don't think this crew is the mutinous time. It may have happened in my brother's time, which was unfortunate for him. But he is my captain. I will protect him.
Like you protected Edjord.
Well, Ed had lost his way. Is the way that he went about things near the end didn't fit what we had all agreed to.
Hmm.
So that was a fair judgment.
Fair enough. Well, I'm very excited to see how things unfold on the Pop's demise. And also excited to see what lovely quarters I can wrangle for myself off of your ship.
Well, I suppose the only decent quarters would be the captain's ones.
Well, I'm not the captain, but we'll see. Well, all I know is that I won't be sleeping on a hammock.
I know the captain has a glorious bed.
Hmm. We shall see. We shall see. But for now, let's drink. Let's make merry. And perhaps it is to be decided that maybe there should be a ritual of some kind later, something to perhaps get rid of this curse of dead captains on your ship.
Well, I'm sure if anybody is capable of removing any curses that be before the ship or the crew, we certainly are the person to be able to.
I have a couple ideas in mind, but that's for later. Now, where are your scary alien friends, Bisan and Saeed?
Well, I'm not too sure. I went to the temple near enough straight after and came from there to here, so I haven't seen them.
Those two are very good at celebrating victories, it seems. They're going to pray.
They are the fight hard, party hard type.
I suppose not. Shame. Oh well, more for us. And she'll kind of take your hand and kind of pull you into the celebrations, in which it's casual. It's not so like we are celebrating Hecate, drink this blood. It is like a casual party where they, raise their glasses to Hecate, but generally enjoy their time together. And there is a little bit of a whisper, a rumor of some kind of rite or ritual that's going to be performed tonight in honor of Hecate and in honor of Etharrith and in honor of in Calinustra's mind, the breaking of some kind of curse. And they're trying to debate that, but we'll get to that. Meanwhile, up on the surface and across town, Bisan, you want to go to the temple, I believe.
Sorry, the thing was sticking.
No problem.
Actually, I think that we played that, and I went and did a bunch of artwork. I
Right,
just
right.
looked at pretty people and tried to be be in a happy space and enjoy beauty, and that's that's Athena apparently likes that, so that's
Hmm. Yeah, you've spent
practicing
some.
her painting.
Yeah, and you've spent some time painting in Aphrodite's gardens and temple sanctuary, and painted some pretty people. And as the sun goes down, um, most begin to move towards the warm, nicely scented interior space of the temple rather than the outdoors. Um, Maybe one or two stay out in the dark and wait for everybody to leave. And the sounds of not like hard Dionysian partying, but social enjoyment and exchange, music, perhaps some laments are heard in and around the gardens. Would you wish to stay as the sun goes down, or is there somewhere else you'd rather be?
No, when she was outside, she can take a farther perspective. She could focus on some landscapes and things that, if she's drawing, that feels a little more invasive. Um, so I think she'd probably try to find like just a bar, go drink. I mean, that's kind of her thing. She likes to people watch, so she'll go to a bar and uh, drink until she's a little tipsy, and then probably go home.
All right. You drink, you watch people. Some people celebrate, some people mourn some kind of broken heart, or I think the bars are looking a little bit. Everybody seems to be celebrating. The blockade has ended. There's maybe a couple people here and there who are similar to you, minding their own business, maybe looking a little sad for whatever reason. But by and large, celebration. People can finally get back to plying their merchant trade. Maybe you did see a couple of maybe a crewman or two from your own ship, newly hired, who are having a last drink before boarding the ship tomorrow. Um, things are good. Things are good, and everybody seems to be celebrating. Thessalis seems to be celebrating tonight. And after a time, that is your preference. Return to the echoey steel ship, the Prophet's Demise. You haven't been on in some time, and
Where I
you
will
find yourself. Oh, go ahead, please.
go to the mirror.
Oh, go to the mirror. You go to the mirror, and the face sort of appears into its glass. And goes, "Oh, baby, it's Bisan! Haven't seen you in too long. How are you? What's going on?"
I am perplexed, but I'm glad to see you.
Perplexed. That's a cool word.
It was a confusing time. Can you show me something? And then I will show you pictures of the things that I drew.
Okay,
Today.
sure. Let's exchange pictures. What do you want to see?
Captain Ned Jord.
Oh, that should be easy. You see, the mirror begins to sort of fade, like the face fades into like a gray mist that surrounds. Takes about 10 minutes to prepare. I'll say there's a little timer in the top corner. Like, come back in like 8 minutes. And you go make yourself a coffee, come back. And it goes, "Okay, got him." And the mist will. You see a unfamiliar rocky mountainscape, but what is familiar is large pieces of wreckage, flaming, smoldering wreckage of the Leyline Observatory, between many high, tall spires, and you see as the focal point, the sensor sort of almost is like trying to get an angle on a piece of rubble, and it sort of moves around to a side and through, and you can see just like between some debris and underneath a couple of boulders, you see Edyord with his goggles on. One of them is broken. There's broken glass, and some of that broken glass is in his eye. And he is claustrophobically held down by stone and rubble. He is buried alive. And you hear him sort of like move it, like just trying to move his body little by little. He grunts and he groans in pain and in sort of sadness and anger. There's a lot of like frustrated emotion, clearly. He's like in part crying, in part in both like sadness and desperation. And it's that sort of like desperate, like just wants to get out and is overwhelmed and is hurt. And about 7 minutes in, he does manage to get the main part of his torso out, and he's like large pieces of stone of his flesh has been ripped off, and you see that the markings on his body that once held the blueprints of the weapon have been like ripped off. Just like his flesh has been rended by the accident, and he pulls himself out with one hand. His other arm is like horrifically broken. There's like a bone protruding from his arm, and he like manages to like get himself up on the one foot. He's hopping because either the one leg's broken or sprained. Um, sort of gritting his teeth, he kind of turns and angrily just like lifts his hand and fires an eldritch bolt into a nearby rock face, not unlike what Etharrith has conjured in the past. Or no, he's a sorcerer, never mind. But a eldritch bolt of power, and it cascades off the rocks, blows a hole through one of them, and he looks at his hand in surprise. And then he kind of looks around and goes, Vaughn? Vaughn? And he starts like limping around the crash site and starts feebly pulling rocks over and starts looking through the rubble on this like mountainside. You would be, by some miracle, perhaps the will of some god he has sealed his fate with, survived. But it would be surprising still if he made it off the mountain in the state that he's in, considering... Oh, well, I'll tell you what. As the thing ends, you see he takes out this... He finds, like, the body of Otto, and he pulls out a crystal from the inner workings and puts it in his pocket, and then he takes Otto's arm and, like, kind of retrofits it with another piece in his pocket, and he jabs it into his shoulder, and the bone in his arm sort of realigns as he casts Cure Wounds on himself. And some of the skin stone begins to emerge at the side of his chest, but it's scarred deeply, and the tattooed markings of the weapon do not return with the healing. And then he starts looking for Yvonne. So Ed Yord has survived by the will of Hecate. He looks for Yvonne, and that's where the image ends. And the face goes, ugh. That was rough.
I need to keep my word to you. I also need to go to him. So she's going to pull out all of her pictures. Look at this, and we will talk later. I think Ed Yord needs our help, and she will go look for Arendil.
Okay. You leave, make your way across the city through the entertainment district and the revelry Baylights district through the Undercity. That's going to take some time. But there's a lot of traveling that's happening. You'll get there.
But I mean, she's not going to wait. That's really important. So,
meanwhile, we will flip back. As you're there, sort of carousing Etharrith, you, and everyone's like, ah! As you appear from the astral plane. Many of the witches sort of, welcome back. Navara pats you on the back. A couple of other witches. All very kindly honor you in your presence here.
Oh no, I hate all of this. Back off.
They kind of laugh and they like put a drinking bowl in your hand. They say, come, drink with us. Make merry. That's a very English thing to say. Come feast, come drink. And they invite you in to enjoy, and you see Arendil and Callistra are kind of together and talking, and Callistra smiles when she sees you. Is there anything the two of you would like to do during this little revelry here? Firelights are burning bright, and people are enjoying themselves.
For me, I would imagine I would just be stood around having a few drinks. He's not going to go dance and stuff like that because he doesn't do that. So
he doesn't do that. Got it. I don't get it. Callistra's like, wait, hold up. I'm having a very witchy vision. It's from Zeus. He says you must dance. It is his judgment. You must. You must.
If anything, you would just break into a like a little ploddy two-step.
Yeah,
Just you know what I mean, and that's
a
about it.
little like Hitch, like Will Smith's Hitch. Just yeah,
Yeah.
just this is it right here. This is where you live. Got it. You do so, but everybody, all the other witches, like they're cutting loose a little bit. They're enjoying themselves. You're doing that, and they're kind of dancing around. The coast just kind of, she's dancing enthusiastically, if you shall say. And then what about you, Etharrith? The cult seems to welcome you as a sibling and invites you to drink and dance and celebrate and
I will cast mislead and bounce.
no.
I
All right,
will-
you cast mislead, and they're like, your copy's like, no, I couldn't, and then whoosh, disappears, and they're like, oh,
Oh,
kind of,
mislead leaves a clone behind.
yeah, but how long does it last? How long does it last? Like
An
an hour?
hour. Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind. Your clone's like,
Yeah,
I'll
I'll have my clone be jovial, and Etherith will sneak out while invisible.
All right, you sneak out invisibly. Where are you going?
I'll go back to the ship.
You go back to the ship. Uh, Fantastic. You do so. Um, as for you, Arendil, it becomes decided that let's see here. The cult of Hecate intends to perform one of their sacred rites this evening. She talks to the illusion of Etharrith about it, which is probably like, oh, go ahead.
I can see through its eyes and ears, so yeah.
Oh, okay. You see through its
That's cool.
eyes and ears, and Callistra, maybe Vivar, a couple of the other witches. You'll notice that like the high priestess isn't here either, and they're all sort of debating like what rite they should perform tonight. They're like, what about the night vigil? What about the pharmakia ritual? They're like, no, that one doesn't work. And Callistra says, we should perform the only one that makes sense, which is the rite at the crossroads. And they're like, oh, well, Etharrith, you were worrying about curses being above the captain's position. We should call upon the three-way crossroad and take a moment to seek protection from evil spirits and curses to celebrate your captainship.
That sounds like a great idea.
And they're like, and everyone's like, there you go, the right at the crossroads. She goes, and Vavara turns around and says, all right, very well, let's do it. Collect the incense, the bones, the dogs, and the tokens. And we will meet outside Thessalis in 2 hours. You all know the place. And they all sort of like almost kind of laugh and giggle and like go about their separate ways to collect all of their implements and so on. And the cult begins to prepare to perform this like large scale rite. And Calanestro will look at you after and says, you haven't taken part in a proper cultic rite of Hecate before, have you?
I mean, I use the pool.
Oh, but that's by yourself. That's by yourself. That's not with the sisterhood.
No, I haven't.
Well, this will be a special night for you. Etharrith, is there any... I propose that at least one of the rites we perform tonight is the rite of the crossroad. But is there a type of rite that you would like to see or be part of performing?
Can I like roll something to see what I know as far as rights are concerned?
Sure. Roll me an Arcana check. This would be Arcana.
That's an 11. No.
An 11. So I'll simply... So yeah, fittingly, Etharrith, you've studied a lot about personal magic, but not a lot about group magic. So this is kind of new, maybe perhaps exciting to you. And if you wanted to like have a rite performed, Calanestro says, just tell me what you would like to achieve with the rite. Something about maybe the coming of age, maybe a pact forming divination based, what would you like? What would you like to achieve with your rights? And I'll fill in the blanks. Oath binding.
This might seem odd, but I'm a product of magic, not of natural birth. And while I don't have any access to it, a soul was used to, let's say, animate me, or at least give me a sense of sentience. But I don't know anything about it, who it belonged to, the life they led, and I'd like to find out.
Wow. They all kind of and ha, and they sort of look at Kelenestra, who seems to be sort of the master of ceremonies when it comes to these sorts of rites. She says, so you wish to learn more about the previous soul? This is possible. This could be done. This could be fun. Let's see here. What immediately comes to mind is the blood offerings. And the other witches are sort of, ooh, la, la. And they go, you could call on Hecate for the powers of her divinations. We could. Ooh. She sort of looks around and says, we could perform the Lapindramonia. And they all sort of, oh, is it a torchlight procession night? It allows us to invoke spiritual aid or visions. Perhaps Hecate might guide you down that road of learning and knowledge. We can perform the night vigil, which involves visions, presence of Hecate, guidance. I think that might be the one, girls. And they all kind of like giggle. So she says, so what do you say? Should we perform the night vigil? I think the moon is out tonight.
Night vigil sounds good.
She kind of chuckles and says, careful what you ask for. And says, all right, we're all meeting in the same place. You all know what you need to bring to the night vigil, right? And the girl and all the witches kind of laugh at that as well. She says, go on, prepare, 2 hours. And they all gather up crafts of wine, and they all go to their various quarters to begin grabbing implements and so on and so forth. And Kelenestra says, Arendil, Etharrith, you ready to dance under the moon?
I mean, if there's anything I like doing, it's certainly prancing under the moon. I mean,
yes, you give that.
In my blood.
You are literally a Luna Dragonborn. A magnificent. Oh, come on, Arendil. You must be a part of it. You're a great follower of Zeus, and Hecate get along so well. It'd be good to know who you're going to rule one day and all. And I think you'll enjoy yourself.
Of course I will attend.
All right. And she will guide you all out to begin to make your way towards where these little rituals will take place. Etharrith, do you intend to join in truth, or will your image just kind of vanish?
My image is not going to last 2 hours, so
no, it will not.
I have no option but to go as myself.
Fair enough. Okay. Very quickly, the cult begins to make their way, in which we are going to flip to Bisan as you guys are kind of traveling. It's sort of that almost like they have to spread out. They're not going to just do like a witchy night procession through the middle of the city. That's legally dangerous for them. So it'll probably be like you three. It'll be like Kelenestra, Etharrith, and Arendil kind of go together. It's that sort of like late night drunkenness where you're kind of wandering through the streets at 3 a.m. with some alcohol. It's kind of got that vibe as you guys begin to make way over there. Now, the song, you make your way into the cult of Hecate to find Arendil. And you're looking around for him as you make your way in here. The place is quiet, not unusual. It's usually quiet around here. But there's not a lot of people, which might be normal. They might be somewhere, you're not sure. But you do find very expectantly waiting for you in the doorway to the main entry chamber is Vivara. She alone seems to expectantly await you. And she looks at you, and before any small talk ensues, she says immediately, "Let him suffer."
Why?
There is knowledge in pain. There is growth in pain. It is the will of Hecate, but he survived the way he did.
We don't leave our crew behind. I have to at least report.
He isn't part of your crew anymore, but you left him to die.
But he didn't.
He shrugs. You may not You may not take part in revelries and celebrations and such, but this night is important for Etharrith, maybe for Arendil too. And this night is a great night of Hecate. If you must speak of this, at least wait till morning. Let him suffer. Let him grow.
She weighs out Arendil's needs and Etharrith's needs. And as a gift, she knows that pain is a great teacher of what not to do. So she will like give the barest imperceptible nod and just look down.
She will smile and she will say, I'm no religious guide. Any guidance or knowledge I have comes through vision, through the will of my God. But I think you did the right thing. I think Hecate thinks you did the right thing. Or at least the necessary thing, which is more important than the right.
I made a choice.
And Hecate looks kindly. Sorry.
Time will tell if it was the right one.
This is one thing I know. You traveled with a follower of Hecate. You traveled with a couple recently. If there's one thing that Hecate values, it's making a choice. It's taking a path. Whatever that path may be.
Thank you.
She smiles at you, perhaps doubting herself that she could provide any kind of knowledge or comfort in this moment, and the thank you is welcome to her. And she says, oh my god, hang on. She says, tell me, do you ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight?
I am a sword and I am a shield. And occasionally I move things with my mind. I don't dance.
She goes, is fighting not a kind of dancing? Have you not looked into the mirror and gained wisdom there?
Yes.
Would it be so inconceivable to dance under the moon and perhaps learn something from the Great Witch Mother?
I have a lot to learn.
We all do. And she extends a hand to you, as if to invite you somewhere.
She follows, but you can see this decision weighs on her soul.
Yeah. And you get the sense she knows that, and that's precisely why she's invited you. Okay. 2 hours hence, all are assembled. All right. Half a moment here while I just get things paired. We were going to do, let's see, which one is, we were doing the night vigil on the right of the crossroads. Okay. You all find your way out to, across the plain, way out of the city. You make your way into the forest, which is a good maybe quarter mile away from the city, and you make your way into this very large glade, where from the woods trickle in the cultists of Hecate, all dressed in black robes. Maybe on the way, Callistra buys you each a black robe, smiles, throws it at you. And you'll
Lost him again.
oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Cool. Damn it. All right, just trying to load a board here. Sorry again, shitty internet. But just to tell you what you're walking into while this is hopefully loading one day. You come into this clearing where you see there are these like three of the cultists. You've seen them there. They're kind of like dancing back and forth. Kind of. Let's see here. They're dancing around. You see them like kind of waving their hands as they dance, and you see these like logs and kindling and no, that's a little too much. You see a couple of women kind of like bringing kindling and logs to for like a fire. They're basically making like a huge bonfire in the center of the clearing. And you see there's these maybe like six of the women are kind of like dancing in a rhythmic pattern. They're doing like a circle around where the bonfire should be, and then up and down three lanes in the center. Um, uh, Kind of like stomping as they go. It really feels like they're patting down the ground, making paths in the grass. And yeah, they slowly begin to trickle in from all sides. What the fuck is going on with my boards, man? let's see. Transpire is just not having it right now. My apologies. Let me see if I can at least get you guys some music going here. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Let's try this one. And I'll share some sounds. Oh shit. That's evil as fuck. Okay, maybe we'll try this one. This one might be a little bit more chill, perhaps. Okay. That could work. Yeah, I'm kind of into it. Okay, sure. Some tracks. Yeah, alright. Perfect. I'm liking this. I'm liking this. Okay. So you come here, they're dancing, they're laughing as they go, and eventually what seems to be the entire cult floods into this little clearing. You see that the sky is clear. There are crystal lights of moonlight in the sky, and the moon hangs high. I'll bring down the max volume here a little bit, trying to get it all nice for us. Yeah, I think that's good. And essentially the rite begins. They begin to take out all matter of offering an implement. Kalanestra says to you two, actually, before she does, Bisan, you appear. Last to appear is Bisan and Vivara. As you guys have traveled, you're all in, and everyone's in black robes. Their hood is down, and Kalanestra smiles and nods at you, Bisan, and says, "Don't worry, just follow our lead. It'll be fun." She turns around and she says, "Sisters, first and foremost, we perform the rite of the crossroads to cast away evil spirits, curses, and darkness. Let us prepare, as I believe it is officially the witching hour." There's all kinds of laughter. Almost as she says that, a cloud comes by and conceals the moon. And the light that was piercing down from the sky makes it dark in the center. It's pitch black here. I believe Arendil, you alone have dark vision. You can kind of see the scene. But the two of you feel Etharrith and Bisan hands on your shoulders and bringing you to a sort of kneeling position. And you, Arendil, can see all begin to kneel around this unlit bonfire. A torch is lit in the middle, right near the bonfire where Callista stands, torch held high above her head, in which all of you can vaguely see the many witches bowing in direction of the torch. Kalanestra speaks. "Hecate Tradotis, keeper of keys, queen of the crossroad, bringer of night, we call upon thee with reverence and awe. Where the paths diverge, so too does fate stand at the turning, O she who sees all. We present now at this meeting of ways." And she turns to each of the three paths with her torch and bows. To the left, the path of shadow. To the right, the path of memory. and behind me the path of return. Before me is the unknown. You who walk all roads, guide and guard us now. She gestures, and you see some of the witches come forth. They place a stone bowl at her feet, on top of a black cloth, right in the middle of the bonfire, in fact, sitting on top. And one by one, everyone begins to offer items while speaking aloud. One witch comes forward and says, I offer this garlic to the Witch of the Crossroads. Another says, I offer this black bread to the Witch of the Crossroads. I provide this egg. And it goes on and so forth. They provide eggs, honey cakes, raw meats, wines, ingots of iron and bronze, or more like filings and so forth. And they all sort of return. Clytemnestra holds the torch above her head. For the Lady of Thresholds, we offer these gifts. Feed, O mistress, on what is yours. Let not the hungry dead find their way to me. Let curses falter and foul magic break. Guard this road and all who travel it. You hear, I'll say the three of you sort of hear sort of a whisper from Vivara. She says, do not look back. No matter what you do, look forward. Do not look back. This is crucial. The speaker, Clytemnestra, continues to speak. Three-faced queen with torch and hound, unseen, unfettered, yet always near. Banish that which seeks to harm, close the path to wandering ill, and open the way to knowledge, to vision, to strength. Other witches bring forth various herbs now, yew, mugwort, myrrh, and they put it into the fire. And Clytemnestra lights the fire as it begins to burn. She raises her torch one last time and says, in the dark we have given, in the dark we have asked, and in the dark we depart, with no shadow following me. She puts out the torch, and you see everyone begin to stand, and you stand presumably as well, and they all begin to walk backwards into the woods, without looking backwards. Vivara sort of gestures you all with your elbow, and you hopefully all similarly walk backwards into the woods with the rest of the witches. Does any of you look back? Do any of you... Nope, you all follow? Cool. You all walk back into the wood in the black of night as that brazier begins to light. Clytemnestra sort of stands kind of solemnly. Once everyone has departed into the darkness, in this sort of solemn moment, that cloud finishes passing it by, and moonlight gathers in the clearing where the fire is lit. Clytemnestra sort of like looks around the wood, and a big smile crawls across her face, and you hear the various witches begin to sort of laugh and kind of come running back into the clearing once more, as the ritual has been completed, the ceremony is completed. At which point they all laugh. A much more casual tone ensues. From behind various trees, they bring forth bowls, and you hear the sound of like washing of a river nearby, and they bring out bowls of water and so forth. Vivara sort of claps her hands. Everyone claps their hands and celebrates and says, with that, we've done it. The Rite of the Crossroads is complete, and all here should have the doors closed upon dark spirits and curses that may befall them. She looks to you, Etharrith, specifically, and gives you a wink, and says, let these curses be gone behind the doors, gone and banished on the crossroads we've already passed by.
No.
Yeah?
I'll turn to Etharrith and say, so this ritual, banishing curses, was this something to do with the captaincy that befalls your ship?
I had just had... Fate is not kind to the captains of this crew. I'm hoping that maybe I won't be led towards my demise.
Well, while we're on the subject, I will follow you as Captain. You have no worry or need of me trying to cross you or anything like that. I believe in the ways of the captaincy. And I will protect you as long as I can. As I said to your sister earlier, I believe I took wrong meaning of why I am here in a paladin of creation. It is not one of justice, of judgment, whichever form that comes in. Just soon.
Well, understand that I will be I think you know well enough that I am not kind, and I recognize the foe in front of us as the danger that it is. If we are to gain an edge in the coming battle, we can't afford to pull punches or be complacent. If there is an advantage to be gained, no matter how small, I will try to claim it.
As I just said, you are a captain. I will follow you. But I have my own voice. I will say, but I will follow.
Very well. Can you turn it down just a little bit because I can't hear?
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I might need to move my mic up a little bit more. Yeah, so sorry, yeah. I have my own opinions, but I will follow.
Very well. Etharrith will just kind of observe the, I guess, celebration going on.
Yeah, they're celebrating the completion of the Rite of the Crossroads, and all of you kind of and observe this. Let's see here. You are all asked to basically you basically see all of them. They begin to start taking off their shoes and boots and placing them at the edge of the clearing. And in these bowls of water, they start cleaning their hands and feet, and invite you to do the same for the next rite.
Etharrith does so.
Yep. Arendil.
Excellent. And they begin to assemble a number of implements, a bronze key, dried herbs, so on and so forth. And Calanestra, I think while everybody's getting ready, is going to say, I'm just going to see something here, make sure. Okay, excellent. She's going to say, so, are we feeling cleansed, less cursed over here?
I suppose it remains to be seen.
Oh, I'm sure it'll work quite fine. Well, this one is perhaps my favorite rite of all. We'll get started just as soon as you're all ready. She says, and as she walks away, she'll say, You're gonna want to strip down to your skivvies. Nudity is optional, as always, but highly recommended. And you do see the various witches, like, from under their robes, discarding their robes and clothes and stuff with their boots and so on, that they are washing their hands and feet in the water and preparing the various implements.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
This the molten bronze armor that I'm currently wearing.
Yeah.
How easy is that to take off and do?
Because
is it not sort of skin tight fused?
it is fused
Yeah.
to your. It's not fused to your skin, but it coats your skin. Yeah. So not easy. I think by and large, like, it moves with you, so you could just leave that on. I mean, you can't feel through it. Like, it's not. There's no nerves. Obviously, it's armor. You'd have to. I think you have to unattune to that to take it off, unless it says something in the description about.
I think so. I'd need to just double check, but I'm pretty sure it is. And you have to unattune to it and stuff. That's fine. I just wanted to check.
Yeah, and you're more than welcome. We could say that, like, you took some time to get here. If you wanted to say that you took this time to unattune to it, you could, if you wanted to, or you could just leave it on. I mean, it's very, very form-fitting. So.
Just the same, but with armor on. Yeah, that's fine. I'll do that.
Cool. Excellent. What about the rest of you?
Etharrith will just oblige.
Nice. Bisan. Edith.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I kind of understand. People are taking their underclothes off, but leaving their robe on and taking their washing their hands and feet. Okay. Well,
they've got the robes on and they're taking everything off that's under the robe.
Well,
and they're washing hands and feet.
Bisan doesn't have robes. She's in kind of assassin's gear looking shit like pants.
Well, Vivara would have bought you one because it's important to the ritual.
They're ceremonial robes. Oh,
yeah.
Then in which case
everyone's wearing a black robe. Everyone's wearing one.
Then in which case, yes, she will follow suit. However, she stays veiled.
Sure.
It's a reasonably thin piece of gauze, but
yeah, everyone's welcome to participate how they feel. Excellent. The last thing that is placed is they now take out like a little stone table. They put various implements on it, a little brass bowl, an icon of Hecate herself, and at this point, different women do start to like take off their robes, and they begin to mark each other with chalks and salts and paints, mark their bodies with various symbols, artistic designs, and so forth. Someone comes around, just like leaves a bowl with all of you if that was something you wanted to do, but everyone else is no worries. Everyone else is just marking each other. Vivara will mark herself. Kilinestra does not, as she is already pretty heavily marked with her various silver markings. Vivara would say, "There's no right or wrong for these markings. These are really just decoration for fun, really, and looks well. It's important, but it's artistically up to the individual."
Well, in which case, since Bisan has sort of played with this anyway, yeah, she'll take the robe off, and she's got a ton of sketches of things that obviously this would be a sort of a very block runic sort of look as to the work that she's done, but yeah.
Excellent. What about you, Etharrith? Would you design? Would you decorate your body?
Etharrith has like pretty extensive lightning scarring, so sort of I guess the parts that aren't scarred, then yeah, I'll do like some body decoration.
Understood. Do some body decoration. Fantastic. And in the end, mostly everybody's just. Oh, and Arendil. Sorry, Arendil. Was there?
That's right.
Uh, yeah. Did you want to do that as well? Little decoration.
Um, I would most probably do something, yeah. I wouldn't be the odd one out, but I would think back to maybe the time in the Temple of Zeus and try and remember some figures that has been torn that I've seen in there, some maybe runes or something like that.
Absolutely. Deal. It's at this point that uh yeah uh everyone begins to sort of stand around the fire, and you see the robes are all discarded at this point. um Kalenestra lights her torch, and everybody takes the last little bit of chalk, and they mark a circle around themselves on the ground. There's of course an expectation you do the same. Vivaro just sort of gestures. She's kind of guiding you guys through the ritual at this point. Let's see. Yeah, chalk or salt around themselves. The torch is lit once more, and Kalenestra says, well, she'll say first and foremost, now it is time for the night veil, our rite of communion, of dreams, divine sight, visions, uh, witchcraft empowerment. It's the time for this. So prepare yourselves for what you would wish to see, and see it you will. There's a laugh, a little giggle amongst the witches. She raises her torch up high once more and whispers, Torchbearer in the dark, Midnight Mother, Chthonic Flame, Hecate Trimorphous, I light the path for you. She then places it in front of the effigy of Hecate herself on the little table. And she says, well, she starts putting things down as she does so. I offer ash of the old self, wine for the blood of mystery, a coin for the river's toll, and hair to bind my vow. She puts all of this into the bronze bowl. She uses the torch to light the bronze bowl, and it burns. She picks up the bowl and she offers it to, well, she actually takes it from her in front of herself, but she sort of breathes in deeply the fumes, and she offers it to the next person. And slowly that bowl begins to make its way around the circle to each and every witch as they all breathe deeply 2 or 3 times the vapors. As this is done, any witch who has already succeeded in taking in the vapors, they take more of these different herbs and start like offering them to the large fire and start throwing them in, creating a large deal of smoke that sort of hangs low like a mist rather than rise into the sky. And very quickly, the area begins to sort of become lightly obscured and dense with this incensey smoke. You all are past the bowl. Do each of you breathe deeply of the bowl?
Yeah, Etharrith will.
Okay. Breathe deeply.
Yes.
Yes. Bisan?
Yes.
Yes. As you breathe deeply of the bowl that comes to you last, or comes to Vivara last, she'll breathe deeply of it and put it back on the altar. And you'll see as the bowl's been passed around, people have thrown more herbs onto the fire. Whoever has breathed begins to sort of just like kind of move. And as the majority of people have taken in the incense, they begin to move around the fire, maybe like holding hands, sort of ring around the rosy a little bit. And as you sniff it, it's you don't cough or anything, but like there's immediately like a wave in your head. your bodies begin to become loose, and whatever, uh, however you're feeling, begins to feel intense, but underneath but underneath something else, there is this feeling of like lucidity, this feeling of uh, almost out of body experience a little bit, where your body's kind of moving on instinct more than on like you're still in control of your body, but there is like your subconscious is taking control of your body a little bit, and whatever you're feeling feels a little bit extra, and you find yourselves beginning to move around the circle with the other witches. They all kind of dance and laugh, and you see many of them breathing deeply of the smoke coming off of the fire. You get the sense what was in that bowl was sort of the hard, intense kicker, and the smoke of the various herbs is sort of enhancing that. As you move around the circle, the mist begins to move in tandem with the various witches and almost following them around. And as you all begin to move around in the circle, whether you just kind of walk around in the circle or almost in like a haze, like a drunk haze, kind of moving around the circle, swaying or dancing besides yourself, as you're very much in a state of like you're high. Like you guys are high at this point, to be very clear. You're not sure what you're high on, but you're high. And maybe you dance, maybe you just walk. Um, how do you think each of you is reacting to the moment as you see like your vision is hazed. You see this like haze of like warm lights and shadows moving across the light, and behind it the sumptuous fleshy tones of mostly women sort of moving through the firelight on the opposite side of the flame. It's alluring and frightening and enthralling and ecstatic all at the same time. How are each of you reacting? What is your character doing as they're sort of high and in this haze and in this rite alongside all of these people?
I think Arendil would be very self-aware of his of what is going on and how he's and the senses that he's got. And I think he would also be very conscious of or trying to be conscious of what's going on around him, as in very vigilant or trying to be, and that sort of thing. Because this is something that, you know, he's never taken part in any sort of ritual like this. So he'd be very conscious of keeping his eye out, looking around, but a little bit nervous of what's going on and that sort of thing.
Got it. You're trying to keep an eye out. You're trying to keep your passive perception going and keeping an eye on the woods or what anybody is doing. It's really hard. Your vision is all blurred. People walking in front of you almost seem to like blur into each other as if they're like just like a string line of shadows rather than individual people. And you look into the woods and it's just blackness, and the trees seem to almost sway behind you like they're alive. And you're trying your best, but it's hard. It's very difficult. What about you two? How are you two reacting to the high and the mist and the dancing and the visions?
Etharrith isn't like particularly physically strong, so I'd like to think that his ability to stay upright is pretty impaired.
Fair enough.
So we're kind of like leaning on his staff for balance and sort of stumbling a bit.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And Bisan.
Are you wanting a physical description, or are you wanting to know what her experience is?
Physical description. We're gonna get to the experience in a bit.
All right. Um, the physical description, I think that she's having that first time seen kid at a rave. If you consider where she came into this from a really bad place, because it wasn't just the captain, it was also Zalace. That's twice now that she's had to make a decision like this.
Mhm.
So I think in this moment, she's trying to not think about that. So if this is taking her someplace else, I think there's a sense of surrender. If only for the respite
Understood.
of what she walked in with.
Got it. Um, Excellent. So you're Bisan, you're focused on escapism. Arendil, you're focused on the physical world, trying to almost like cut through the high itself to keep an eye on things. And Etharrith, you're just kind of, it sounds like you're just kind of on the road and you're seeing where
Yeah.
it goes. Yeah, all right, cool. As you all make your way around, the visions intensify, the mist, you can see almost like illusions in the mist and figures in the fire and in the dark. You hear a chanting begin, almost like you know it's from the people you're with, but it feels sourceless as you can see no one actually speaking. You hear them begin to all sort of chant synonymously. Hecate, show me the path I do not see. Hecate, show me the path I do not see. Hecate, show me the path I do not see. Do all of you join in the chanting?
Etharrith will.
Excellent.
I mean, yeah,
Um,
she's. Oh, sorry.
No, carry on.
She's going with the flow right now. So, yes.
I think Arendil would most probably do it quietly. He wouldn't be shouting it out or anything like that. He would just softly, quietly verbalize what's being said.
Got it. Fighting the moment, fighting the high with all power. Absolutely. At which point you do start to hear like at the height of those three words, you start to hear like wailing, like heart wrenching wailing of sorrow. You start to hear cackling of laughter. You start to hear like musing, humming of like just like feeling. And in this moment, as vision overcomes you, you start to hear from the other witches just sounds of that they're seeing things of deep emotional intensity. Um, in which all of you will find yourselves steeped in vision, omen, dream, divine sign. We're going to go around now. Etharrith, we'll start with you as you are going most with the flow here, as you're giving in mostly to this ritual over everybody, and what it's meant to be. What is I don't want to say focus because there is no focus. There's no achievable
Yeah.
focus in what's going on here. So focus is the wrong word. But let me say, what is in Etharrith's heart as he dances around here? What is even if this is like a player decision more than a character decision,
Yeah.
what is it that Etharrith needs? Not wants, but needs.
Needs, yes, needs. This might seem odd, but I feel like Etharrith is lacking kind of connection. While he obviously has been with the party for a long time, he feels extremely isolated, as if he's kind of like, rather than being, say, part of the world, is kind of like an add-on to it. He wasn't born into it; he was made, and so he kind of feels like he doesn't quite have, let's say, earthly connect. I mean, obviously, like we're spacefarers, but earthly connections.
Okay. You came in here wanting to connect to the soul that was used to empower you. But as you have spoken, what Etharrith truly wants is connection. He truly wants to feel embraced. And in this moment, what comes to you is indeed divine communion, as all will experience here, but there will be another more earthly empowerment. you see as you look into the flame, um, you see like people, you see figures dancing in the flame, like almost like fiery sprites dancing in the flame, naked bodies dancing in the fire. You see, um, you see those women begin to sort of change. There's three of them, and it is the mother, maiden, and the crone. And you get this overwhelming feeling of like happiness, like you know that everyone's experiencing something, and that's Hecate, and she's dancing for you and you only. And you watch that flame for you don't know how long, but you watch that flame with just like happiness, communion, knowing that she's there, she's watching you, she's dancing for you, she's dancing with you as best she can. And you know you're bumping into people as you go, like that's just how it is, like the loose limbs and the weakness and all, hard to stay on your feet. You bump into Calinestra at one point, and you see she's just got like tears like running down her face. She's whatever she's experiencing, it's bringing her great sadness, and you're very like happy, like you've been invited here by these people. Hecate's dancing with you, and you see how sad she is. Um, what would you do what would you do about that? Your sister's crying.
Embrace her. Give her a hug.
You embrace her. You almost as if you're trying to like push some of your joy, your happiness like into her. But by being together, maybe you could take some of her sadness away and give her some of your happiness. And as you do, like she hugs you, and you have this well, you've never really ever had Etharrith. You have this like moment of familial, like just love and acceptance and holding. And she like cries in your arms, and you kind of like maybe stroke her hair, and you're like saying like it's okay. And she just like kind of like cries into like the nook of your arm, and you hold each other like really warmly, really tight, unreserved. And it feels really, and it make and like as much as you're trying to give her some of your happiness, maybe take some of her sadness away, it doesn't make you feel anything but more happy because you're, God, it's just so warm and nice to have someone that you can just like love unabashedly as a your siblings. This is what's right. Um, and you eventually like you look down at her. You don't know how long you hold her for, but like you're just like standing in the fire as people dance around you. That moment matters. As she pulls back from you, you see like she's still got the crying, but she's got like the smile on her face. She's brighter now. She's happier now. Almost like that kind of like laugh through the cry. Um, and she just like kind of smiles up at you, and she kind of like takes your hand. You two dance around the fire some more together. Like you've had this warm moment. Now she invites you to have this like fun moment together. Um, and maybe for whatever reason there's a bump and there's a laugh and your hands separate, and she dances on the opposite side of the fire. You see Hecate dancing in the fire, but beyond Hecate you see her, and the two of you kind of keep eyes and laugh and dance across the fire. And um, eventually like you find this joy, you just find this need to like spread joy and spread your own happiness, and you find yourself like whether you're being embraced or embracing others, the other witches sort of like very familial to you, whether it be sexually or just platonically. Um, they come up and share like physical touch with you and like hug you or like stroke your face or what have you. Um, is there anything you do, anything you'd receive? And I will put out there this isn't one dimensional. These like you don't know all of these witches, but in this moment, it doesn't matter. In this high, in this trance, in the light of Hecate, it doesn't matter, and you feel this bond with these people who've walked similar paths as you, and this means something. It isn't frivolous and will be forgotten tomorrow. Is there anything you would do, any way you'd react, anything going on with that?
Um,
This moment of open and acceptance and touch and genuine love.
I think as kind of, I guess, more as it starts to spread, not just with the rest of the coven, Etharrith might actually feel quite frightened. It's exposing, and he's not good with. It's almost like too much to deal with in a single moment.
Um, Absolutely, and it's worth also pointing out, like in this moment, like maybe your nudity starts to kind of freak you out a bit because you're exposed to the world and to all these people, and it's a lot. And as that happiness begins to recede into maybe a deep feeling of embarrassment or self-consciousness or frankly just like not trusting the genuineness of the moment. Um, they sense that and words begin to come to you of like calm, of succor, of care. And you just hear these like women. You hear Calinestra in there too somewhere. You're in a haze. It's just a number of faces that begin to appear to you, and they're all like looking at you with like a deep concern. And they say, "No, no, it's okay, it's okay." Um, these words of comfort. They say, "We're here, it's okay." Someone says, let it out, it's okay." And they don't retract from you. And frankly, they don't let you retract. And they kind of almost like gather around you and just kind of like hold you in that moment, like whether it's like almost like it's a group hug, frankly, but they just kind of hold you in that moment, all offer words of kindness and welcome, and saying things like "You're welcome here," and like "We care about you. We're glad you've come," and like Hecate blessed us when you came, and it's these like words of genuine, almost overwhelmingly genuine um, thanks for your being here and welcome for who you are.
Etharrith will run.
You push through all of that. You go to run, and we're going to get into this in a second. We're gonna get to both of you, but as Etharrith has this moment of retraction from the will of Hecate and his own needs, would Bisan or Arendil, just by circumstance, happen to be there to be run into? Fuck no, they say.
um, I don't know. Yeah, because I mean, I've said that I've been pretty trying to be vigilant and stuff like that. So I may, depending on how things go, but I would most probably see that happen, as in Etherich cowering back a little bit from the group of people surrounding him and stuff like that. And then if he's going to bolt for it, him breaking through that group.
So I will ask you, is much as these other women, much as Callistra accepts and loves Etherith, is there something of that in Arendil, platonic, otherwise? Or are you co-workers?
I would say with Arendil, it will be a sense of duty.
Okay.
As in, he's come to terms with the fact Etherith, there's always Ed, then Etherith is in a chain of command sort of thing. So now Etherith stepped up. It's that sense of duty that he's always carried through with him being in the Armada and everything else like that. He would respect that. So it'd be a sense of duty to it.
In which we're gonna stay with you then, Arendil. If that's the case. Whatever you've been experiencing, you see Etherith sort of running towards you, and you're like, okay, it's my duty. I gotta help him out. And in that moment, just by circumstance, a couple of the witches who are, high off their ass, bump into you, and you are pushed out of Etherith's way as he runs. Bisan, you've been with Etharrith longer. Is there genuine care, regard for Etharrith, love, platonically or otherwise?
Yes. Also, I mean, I did suggest that she was kind of leaning into the trip. So if she was mindful of something, yes. But I would certainly understand if I needed to roll for whether or not I was mindful of it.
This isn't about roles or
Okay.
consciousness. This is about intention.
Yeah, absolutely.
So no worries there. So then that's the question, Basan. Do you care for and accept Ethrith
Yeah.
as he is?
Yeah.
Okay. As you're pushed out of the way, Arendil, and Ethrith, as you run, you've almost made it beyond the firelight, but in that moment, Basan, who you're in a moment of sort of trippiness, and we're gonna come to you next. Ethrith, you run and you like go because you can't see very well. You're in this mist of vision. You're not very strong. You're kind of staggered. You kind of almost rather than like knock over or bump, you almost fall into unexpectedly. It was Basan, but you sort of fall into Basan on the way out as she unintentionally gets in your way. What happens in that interaction? As Basan, you feel fear from Ethereth. You just feel fear from Ethereth as he's trying to run, just bumps into you.
Hmm. I think she's going to try to Jedi mind trick him.
You're going to cast a spell on him?
Um, I might have to do it with like message just to make sure it like gets into his head. But all she wants to say is,
Well, he's right there. Like he's right there in your face. Like you don't need to
right.
cast a spell.
Is he going to hear me? Or is
Yeah,
he
he's
like,
like
is he
like
aware of what's going on around?
look,
Does he look like
your
he's aware
your
of him?
face is here, his head is here. He could hear you.
All right. If he looks like he's aware of his surroundings, she'll just say, there's always something to be scared of, but the panic won't help. You trust your God, stand your ground.
Etherith shakes his head. This isn't for me. Not yet. I'm
Isn't it?
not ready.
You could choose to be ready. Isn't that what your goddess is about, making choices? Choose to stand, choose to lead.
Accepting this would mean allowing my heart to soften, and with what's to come, I can't let that path be walked.
If you run from it, it's a weakness.
Then I choose to take on that weakness.
and she'll let him walk.
You let him walk,
He made a choice.
and Etharrith, you abandon the night vigil. You abandon the moment. The haze still with you, the high still with you, but this feeling of communion, of connection, of divine guidance, it leaves you behind. And as you leave, like the thing you could hear in your ear is Calinestra's voice wailing in abandon, in sadness as you walk away. We're going to move over. Bisan, I would say you are next most accepting of the moment, and so I will ask you as well. As I think best put to the player, as the player, what does Bisan need? Not wants, but what does she really need?
A sense of self beyond the next mission. A sense of purpose that goes beyond what happens when she kills the prophet.
Huh? Purpose requires greater purpose. Your eyes go elsewhere as you're in this moment. You are a creature that was born in the stars and has lived in the stars. And your eyes find themselves up to the black sky more than anything, to the crescent moon and the dotted spackling of light. That haze is around, more like a mist than a dotted sky. And in that dotted sky, you see such illusions, such visions. You see, for how you don't know how long, everything. You see yourself in so many ways, in so many places. You see yourself, Bisan, sitting on the Lich Queen's throne, now able to lead the Githyanki to an unenslaved, prosperous future. You see yourself meditating, ancient in age, but meditating and alive through psionic power untold before the Githzerai. You see yourself leading and communing both together in harmony, sharing in the violence of the Githyanki raiders and the philosophies of the Githzerai. You see yourself up in the skies as a grand queen, as a general, as a bringer of understanding of culture, of love between a divided race, bringing an end to civil strife. You see yourself just happy as you enjoy, as an artist, theater, whether performing or simply indulging in the viewing of it and being a fan of music and art and theater. You see yourself drinking wine with interesting people, mages. You see yourself a farmer on a faraway planet. You see yourself wrapped in the arms of Saeed under sheets, groaning words of love to each other. You see yourself flying on a ship across the astral sea, whether a captain or a skilled artillerist, not knowing what the next day will come, what violence will come. You see yourself heading towards the armada of Illithid ships your face stained in war paint and your voice raspy with war cries as an armada flies behind you in the battle. You see yourself in so many ways, so many possibilities, from a simple farmer to a great queen, from a general to an enjoyer of the finer things of life. You see yourself painting beside a tree on the grounds of Aphrodite's temple, watching youths bathe and enjoying the sights of their objectively beautiful bodies. You see yourself folding origami figures and handing them out to children. You see the power of purpose and craft, and you can be any one of these, maybe even multiple at the same time, but all have purpose, from feeding your family to the pleasures of the next night to the good of all of wild space to the good of the entire Gith people. You see the crossroads before you are endless, and then you see all of these things as they are like rivers. Each possibility is like a mist or a river, liquid, something that could take shape. And you see in the center of it all an empty cup. An empty cup with your blade across the side of it, as if it was your cup. And your cup only has a little in it, but it could be filled by any one of these possibilities. Is there one that Bisan, or multiple, could be multiple, but is there one here that you would have fixate on, or, oh my God, my words, I'm so sorry. Is there one or a couple that you would fixate on, or maybe there's another possibility unmentioned that deeply appeals to Bisan that she finds amidst the stars?
Two that you mentioned and one that you didn't. Uniting the Gith people and freeing the Githyanki from what she sees as slavery to Vlaakith. And the moment with Saeed. But also a driving image of her sword going through where the prophet's heart would be and around and taking his head. With some weaves of laughter in there. Because she needs to learn to be happy.
I'm going to say, though the last one very interesting. As much as Bisan thinks about that and wants that, she wants to kill the prophet so bad for all who have died in pursuit of him, that is not there. So in character, you'd wish it were there. You wish that possibility were there to kill the prophet, and you determine yourself like you're going to do this. This is something you're going to do. But for some reason, it's not up there in the stars. It's not up in there in possibility. It's just not what's being shown to you for some reason by Hecate, is the death of the prophet, this thing you've thought about perhaps every day since the death of the captain. It's these that you are shown. You see a path. Everything sort of fades away in that moment. You see a very short, very simple path to Saeed. Almost like the stars become like a road before you. And beyond that road, longer still, but almost like daringly, is another long road. The stars all seem to suck forth until you see the skull of a dead god floating in the astral sea, and built atop it is a magnificent Githyanki city. And something inside you knows that is Tutorak. That is the Githyanki homeworld. The path is before you. If you have desire, it's almost as if Goddess of Crossroad dares you to walk them. They're right there.
She goes that way.
Would you dare? You almost like try to walk up into the stars. And as you do, you actually do. You float up into the air. By what power, you don't know, but you, and don't care, but you float up towards the stars, towards possibility. And as you determine yourself to follow these paths, you feel this feeling of relief come over you, this weight off of your shoulders, this purpose. You feel this euphoria of design come upon you. And these things that you want are so clear. You just need to reach out and take them. And you dance amongst the fire. For tonight, it will be celebration. For tonight, you will allow yourself, perhaps for a moment, the freedom of enjoyment, of communion with allies and friends, to celebrate a grand victory, and, for you personally, the start of a new important path. Two new important paths. That's when the Etharrith interaction happens. As Etharrith leaves, perhaps it adds greater context still to what happened between Etharrith and Bisan, where you, Bisan, were presented these possibilities, and you have made a decision in your heart to pursue these things that you want, and you feel affirmed in your choices. And as Etharrith abandons his, you let it go. And continue to dwell here amongst the fire, just with the laughter, with the roaring and weeping of Calanestra, with the celebration, with the love, with whatever. You allow yourself celebration. And Arendil, last but not least. There is something good about a smaller party. You can spend a little more time with each person. Now, Arendil, yours is a tricky one. You're in this ritual, and you've taken the drugs, but you're not in the dance. You're not in the moment. You're trying to stay as grounded in the physical world as possible. I'd like you to make a wisdom saving throw in order to do so. Try and maintain awareness of the natural world as opposed to the illusions and haze coming over you.
Sorry, I'm just grabbing a dice. Here we go. Wisdom save. Ooh. 16.
16. It seems these are very powerful drugs. You hold your focus for like the first 10 minutes. You're like slipping around the 15-minute mark, and you're a little late. And like you're much more aware of what's going on than everyone else. You see like Etharrith being like hugging Calanestra tightly. You see Bisan like looking up into the stars, kind of swaying around the fire, but like eyes held to the stars. You see two women sort of embraced on the ground, enjoying each other's company. You see a couple of women, maybe like two or three women, just like wailing deeply, almost like Midsummer, the movie Midsummer, almost like that deep, like letting out pain and anxiety wail, but mostly sort of laughing and cackling and looking at their hands and experiencing something in which you're finally drawn into this drug-induced ritual. So my question to you, Arendil, or I should say, my question to you, John, is what does Arendil need? Not want, but need.
I think he needs to feel like he is part of something. He needs to feel like he is not achieving something, but he needs to feel like he is elevating himself into position, or, looking at his brother. He was always under his brother in some way, and he was always striving to be as good or get to that point of being as good as his brother or above him in some way, which I don't think he ever really believed that he would. And I think that he needs to have a fulfillment in himself of being a better person in that way, as in fulfilling his destiny, but his ambitions of being as good as his brother, or living up to his brother's memory in that way.
Understood. As you're taken by the fire, despite your attempts to stand, keep grounded, you lose track of time, and at whatever point, you're gone, dude. You're hallucinating worse or better, I guess, than any of the other two. The fire sort of envelops your vision, and the moonlight envelops your vision, and you just are focused on like light, and the licks of flame across the fire almost begin to seem like these little shots of lightning. The smoke around the mist around begins to thicken like clouds, dense clouds. And you find yourself, as you're walking, kind of emerging up out of the clouds, and you stand at the base of what looks to be some like cloud top ziggurat pyramid-esque structure that is gilded in sylvan elven design and gilded gold and all of the eccentricities of Thessaly. And sitting at the top is a grand throne that glints gold in the sunlight. There is bolts of lightning made of gold that sort of come out of the back, sort of flaring behind, as if you were the center of the storm. It is a mighty throne, and it is, in this moment, it just represents achievement. It represents majesty. It represents high judgment, as there is only one throne that sits above it in the clouds above, and that is the solid cloud-built throne of Zeus, who sits as proof of your majesty. But there are many stairs between you and there. Amongst the ziggurat are many people, paladins, warriors mighty, who bow before the empty throne. And you have to walk up the stairs. Would you walk up the stairs?
Yeah.
You do. You begin to walk up. The first thing you see on your ascent, on your journey up, you see General Icarus. I hope I'm getting this right. You see General Icarus of the Elven Armada, your mentor, your superior. He stands before you a couple steps above. He says, "Where are you going, soldier? There's wars to fight."
Am I fighting for you? I now fight for ourselves and our whole entire universe.
You have a post. You have a post of people who need you. Will you not stand at Arendil? Will you not obey orders?
I am giving orders. I fight with my crew. I fight with the crew that profits demands. There is bigger things than standing there. Some.
And if all went out, if the Elven Armada summoned you, if we needed you, you would not call, you would not come.
I did not say that.
And how would you come, if not as a soldier?
I would come as a paladin of Zeus.
The shade of Icarus fades as you strip off from yourself, much as the ritual before. Leave on the road behind you, not looking back. The soldier. You continue to ascend. You see next, as you continue to your ascent towards your throne, your great goals, you see your brother. His body lays on the steps, dead, and his head is on a table, and the head's eyes open and look at you and say, "How will you face death, brother? This might be your fate. You may join me, Twilight Rider. Will you not?"
I'm sorry, but if death is my fate, then I'll meet it head on.
How will you succeed where I failed? You know in your heart, I was the best of us, and even I fell to the prophet. How will you rise where I failed?
By being myself. I've tried to live up to you for so long. It is time now for me to show what I'm capable. To step out of your shadow and to be the judgment that is coming.
And the head closes its eyes, and the shadow of your brother fades from these golden steps. You'll notice that your body has, your dress has changed as you ascend, as you've made it past each individual. You see this this very fine single-shouldered tunic robe has now come across your body over top of your bronze armor. It is white, but it is filigreed blue with the golden Greek sort of labyrinth-esque design now. It is regal. And you ascend past the little brother, leaving him on the path behind, as Hecate would have you do. You leave the soldier behind, as Hecate would have you do. You ascend further. You're getting so close now. You see next on your journey, a prophet stands in your wake and looks down at you. And in your mind, you hear his horrible voice fill your head. He says, "I have gained such power that you cannot. You know you will die before you reach it."
For all of you, how? For all of what you think is done. There are people that have faith, that have love, that will defy you and all of your flaws. In whatever judgment I pass, you will feel the wrath of every single person, being and race that you have destroyed. Your days are numbered.
And yet, I sense you will hesitate. You are uncertain, and that will be my opening to end you. You escaped last time. You will not this next.
Believe me when I say that hasn't changed. I am so adamant on what judgment you will be passed. You will die by my blade or the next, but you will see the uncertainty and the certainty that I will kill.
And yet, I still stand in your way. I am here, and you will not pass.
At this point, I think you would call upon every ounce of magic and thing has flown through them and try and manifest the biggest lightning bolt that he could ever dream of sending down in his way, just to show him how meaningful he is in his words. But and all that sort of thing, with his weapons to his side and calling upon Zeus to help him with this.
You bring your hand to the sky. A bolt of lightning flashes into your hand, and you strike at him with all the power you can muster. And if this were not a holy thing, if this were a mountain, it would be destroyed. And after the crash of lightning, there is but a face left and a disintegrated lightning burned upon. And as it is dead, the prophet's words tingle in your mind like a memory one last time. You will hesitate, and that is how I will get my opening. The shade fades as you prove wrath is a tenant of your oath. You're so close now. You step over his body and the shade vanishes. And there is but one last person who stands on your path as you leave behind the retreated warrior, the defeated warrior. You leave behind defeat itself. The last thing that stands before your throne is Zeus himself, the god you serve. And he says, I have chosen you, Arendil, but I am skeptical still. How will you bring under your dominion all paladins and all kings? How can you claim to be worthy enough to sit upon my highest throne? You are no Minos. You are no Agamemnon. You are no great emperor. You are no Alexander. You think you deserve to have your name sung amongst these titans of kings?
Arendil will grow as big as he can and not puff himself up, but stand up tall, his chest out, showing his strength. And he'll stand there. We have given you this. If you did not think I was worthy enough, you would not have given. I have the strength and wisdom of the ages behind me. I am the person that you need to show everybody the wisdom of battle, the wisdom of caring, the wisdom of love and forgiveness. I have seen it all and done it all for millennia. Sorry, not millennia. For hundreds of years. You would never have let me step on this path if there was never any doubt in your mind that I would have failed.
You must know, to be a king is to be alone. I am the King of Kings, and yet my queen, my children, they are as much the people I love as they are my enemies. Every disciple, every citizen under you, every paladin under you, even your own crew, will hate you because you're better than them. You're prepared to accept this, to always be vigilant of usurpers, to be alone, but what they need to survive.
I'm aware that what is needed, and I will cast that aside, but be there for them when it is needed.
The stairs and the ziggurats and the paladins all fade to misted shade. The throne is the last to vanish, but it stays there behind Zeus, just there, and always in your mind. That final step or two towards that throne, that kingship, that lonely, majestic, all-powerful place that you desire. And you find yourself back in the dance, back with the people. But standing before you is an old man, wearing a black shroud, holding a traveler's stick, a pilgrim, if you will. He has a gray beard that goes low, but he has the face of Zeus. And he puts a hand on your shoulder. And he says, then you know in your heart you are right now who you need to be. And your deeds will follow. And one day, that throne will be yours, not because it was given to you, but because you had wisdom and power to take it. And you know that you will not be alone, for the King of Kings will walk with you. Be this person you know you are. Work and fight hard, and you will have your gold. And the old man, seemingly more like a prop than an actual cane to walk on, gives you a last sort of hardening nod and walks through the dancing naked women into the black of the forest and disappears. If he was an illusion, he was truly there, you do not know. But you have been throned in your heart. Now there is only to claim one in the real world. You all, well, Bisan, Arendil, you find yourselves sort of sitting against the tree. Well, we'll play into this. As you come back, Arendil, just in case, you saw Etharrith disappear from Bisan. And you see Calamnestra like curled up on her knees, almost like holding her stomach, like the pain of the moment is enough to be felt physically. As she kind of like wails and cries in the direction of Etharrith as he runs into the forest, a lonely, abandoned cry.
I would go over to kneel down and comfort her and say, you are not alone. He will learn, he will be back. You just need to give him some time.
And she will kind of cry into your chest. Take comfort from you. Time passes to the point where Arendil, you're leaned up against the tree. You've got leaned up against the tree as you're feeling like kind of coming down off of the ritual. Bisan, you're doing the same, but maybe your head propped against the stars as you remember those visions. Kalanestra's sort of just like in your arm. Arendil, she's coming down. The other witches, too, are sort of exhausted and laid about around the burning fire. Some in each other's arms, some solitarily. But as this comes, Kalanestra, almost seemingly just like a little out of nowhere, stands up and walks over to the table with the icons and whatnot and picks up the torch and lights it once more in the flame. And she is going to say, let's see here. She raises it up and she says, "The torch wanes, but your flame within me does not. As the world returns to waking, I remain marked by shadow light." And all the witches all in unison say, "We wake and we remember." And just like that, in tandem, the torch goes out. And as you look beyond it, you see the crest of purple on the horizon. Dawn is coming. And the time of the witching hour is over, as Apollo takes his sky back from Hecate. And that is where we're going to go to a break.
I love this Greek mythology, Sam. I think it's so good.
Cool. I'm glad. Okay. Welcome back, folks. You wake. Well, you don't wake up. You realize you're really tired and hungry and have a lot on your mind, probably. We know where Bisan and Arendil are waking up in the middle of the fucking forest naked, which is how I want every night to end, really. But Etharrith, where are you? Where are you waking up, or where are you ending up?
Somewhere else in the like, there's no way Ethereth had any hope in hell of actually like navigating to anywhere specific. Just actually, you know what? Just to make this more fun, Ethereth went back into the astral plane and wakes up there.
Oh, you're going back. You're going back to the astral plane.
I feel like that'd be more fitting to like if ever there was a way to escape current wherever he was, that would be like the easiest way.
Hmm.
No one could get to him there.
That's fair. You grab your cloak from the side of the situation, and you just kind of like find a little astral rock to maybe sleep on. Are you going to your usual like meet with Hecate place, or are you just like somewhere in the astral sea, somewhere far
I mean,
away?
always I think it always takes you to the same spot, but like there's no
Uh,
intention of meeting Hecate. It's just curl up on a rock.
yeah, you just curl up on the rock. You have scales. I don't think your level of comfort is intensely required as a fleshy people. Um, but yeah, you curl up and get some sleep. You wake up. Um, Hecate is not here. She does not seem to show up or arrive at any point. You just kind of wake up and on this boulder floating through space. It's beautiful, purples and the pastel-like colors of the astral winds flowing by. You're not hungry. You're not hungry. Um, you're but you're out here. It's quiet. No harm comes to you. No creatures appear. You return at any point when you wake up.
um,
You do anything, feel anything, think anything.
feels a bit miserable.
Yeah,
There's a certain. I mean, how much of it I'm assuming Ethel remembers all of it.
yeah. There's no
Yeah,
memory
yeah,
issue here. In
yeah.
fact, I would say all of you remember it vividly. Like
Yeah.
there's no memory loss here. It's in fact quite the opposite.
I think Etherith will definitely feels an almost. I think like Etherith generally connecting themselves a certain kind of sense of almost kind of false warmth a lot of the time, but waking up here is ice cold. There's kind of looks out into the the astral sea, and there is just this I don't know, harshness inside, and you will then return to the material plane.
You were. Let me ask you after I sneeze. Okay, now let me ask you.
Yeah.
Um, how does he feel about? Thank you. How does he feel about the events? You were because like this was a player ask.
Yes.
So we don't always know what we need. And Etharrith ran from it, and in fact took him to as an
Yeah.
isolated place as humanly possible. What's
Yes.
going on? What does he think of all of that?
As like a player, I consider it to be that what Etherith is a conjured creature with no childhood, and kind of has been given sort of the tools to function as a person, but is on some level not fully a person as such,
Mhm.
and because of that has sort of been deprived of maybe some of the more vital parts of what it means to be like a living, breathing person, which is like loving connections. And so as a player, I recognize that those are things that Etherith would need to become, let's say, a better person.
Mm.
But Etherith does not
And
wish to become a better person.
and may I say, I think like the need for closeness, and then
Yeah.
getting that, and then being scared of that because it's overwhelming, and then isolating. It feels so intensely accurate to how like people
Yeah.
really behave. So go ahead and take inspiration. I think that was really,
Yeah. I already
really
have one. Oh well.
oh man, still very, very
Yeah.
impressive sequence
Yeah.
of thought, train of thought.
So
Um,
Etherith in this moment will feel kind of not ashamed of his reaction, more annoyed with himself. Obviously he's like spent time in like bathhouses and so on, and has had intimate connections on his terms that are more transactional than like real
yeah.
care. Um, he dislikes that he feel like that this need is within him when he thinks that is it runs counter to what he thinks he actually needs. He is going to be facing like a very powerful foe and will need to be as ruthless as possible to ensure every possible advantage. If he gives in to these, desires of connection and love and affection, he will not be able to do what is necessary
Hmm.
to come out the victor.
Self-induced, cold-blooded killer. Very
Yeah,
interesting. Very interesting. Okay, you will return. I imagine you get a proper sleep, unlike everybody else who hasn't slept a wink. So you'll probably appear a little later, especially having to
yeah,
like find your way out of the goddamn forest. On your roll me a survival check and see if you can like get out.
yeah. Uh, damn, I'm using the inspiration.
Nice.
Stop
I'll give
that.
you the advantage for the inspiration you didn't get.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Just okay, there we go. 19.
19, cool. I kind of like the idea of Etherith being just like lost in the forest, going on like a little spirit journey. But no, yeah, you look around for landmarks. You find Zeus's mountain that you were on, and you're able to orient yourself, and you find your way back to Thessalos. I'm gonna say that you have your like. I'm just gonna say that whatever your clothes were, that's not. You ran out of there in a bit of a panic. So I'll
Yeah,
say you like threw your backpack on and you got your like key items like your robe, your staff,
yeah,
so on. But just your clothes, just the traveler's clothes, those were
yeah,
back at the wherever that was, the clearing.
yeah.
So that'll be a fun walk through town. Okay. As for Basan and Arendil, you guys all sort of come to um one of the witches like begin to like gather up their things and get dressed, and some of them make their way over to the stream just like a kind of bathe and get all the marks off their body. And one of them makes a comment about like, well, this is awkward, and there's like a giggle. um but everyone slowly begins to kind of like dress themselves and maybe even wash themselves and prepare to return to uh, return back to the city of Thessalos, black-footed from all the dancing, but nonetheless, a slow, hangover-esque accumulation of stuff begins.
I think Arendil would do the same. Just clean up, get situated properly, armor and well, robes and stuff like that. Um, not solemnly, but reflective of the whole thing that's gone on, and just contemplating on what it all meant.
And everybody else is the same kind of quiet that isn't just from like tiredness or hunger or that it's early and there's no coffee. There is clearly like everyone here saw some shit that was important to see. And everyone's just kind of in a quiet contemplation. It's just quiet. Um, Slowly people say their kind goodbyes. It's not like an Irish goodbye, like awkward leaving. Um, People share words um, about things they experienced and saw. Um, it's kind of pleasant to see that maybe like two pairs of the witches kind of like had intimate moments and they kind of are like talking about that kindly with one another. It doesn't seem to have like been like oh crazy. I'll not talk to you awkwardly for 2 weeks. They seem to kind of they seem to kind of like embrace what they experienced and they kind of talk about it and smile and maybe form little connections. Um, Other people talk. Kelenestra gets like a lot of like hugs from people. She was a person who had like a really dark time. Um, and they say their kind goodbyes and like we'll see you back at the cult. Someone's like, I gotta go work because not all the witches just hang out in this cult space and just you know polish finger bones. Some of them are actually like secret witches and work, secret society and all. They all kind of like like, oh, I gotta go see my husband now, and they um, slowly begin to make their way away, and maybe you two do the same. Um,
I think noticing or remembering Etharrith run off, I think Andel would definitely go and look for him, as in on the way back, double travelled and make sure he's not about anywhere through the woods. And that way,
got it.
and back to I would go back to the cult place
Mm.
first, and then if he wasn't there, head back towards the ship.
Kelenestra will go with you because she wants to collect her things before getting on the ship. You kind of like take like a preliminary little scan around for Etharrith on the way to Thessalos, and you just don't find him. He's somewhere. He might be at the cult grounds. We'll see. Basan, where are you headed? You headed back to the ship? Get some sleep.
So Bisan wakes up completely unbothered, kind of humming, walks to the stream. If her veil hasn't already come off, she takes it off, walks into the middle of it, unbraids her hair, completely takes a complete bath, like a baptism. Takes her time.
The the other witches who are there, like a handful of them are like, I'll just bathe in the stream. Who cares? They see you do this, and they kind of like smile at you, and they all kind of like kind of applaud you as there's a clear sort of revelation of confidence that has been instilled in you, it seems, and they kind of give you like a smile and applaud that, and maybe ask you about it. Frankly, like one of them says, well, you seem like you're glowing a little bit. What happened? What did you experience? What did Hecate show you?
And she, maybe for the first time in years, smiles without thinking about how she's going to terrify people.
Yeah,
Um,
they don't care. They seen some weird shit.
it wasn't the choice I thought, but it was better. And like it's not that she's not, it's not that she's trying to be evasive. It's clear she doesn't know
Yeah,
how to get it from here
and
to
they
here,
don't
but would like
yeah
to.
they don't yeah they don't push. Maybe they'll like if you give them more, they'll just try and help you articulate it. But they nod in excitement at that. Like that's fine explanation for them anyway. I go,
And
that's wonderful. Better than you expected.
certainly having weighed on her the idea of what is the difference between slavery and service, uh, and the idea of it being, it's a choice. It's like a crossroads. So she's having a weird religious moment that she was not expecting to have ever. So they may be realizing that too, as she's just fumbling for words that she doesn't have, but trying really hard.
Fair enough. You see in their eyes that they get it. Like they've they're a little more active in the community, shall we say, the Hecate community. But they surely have experienced what you're experiencing, where they've experienced this strange vision that was illuminating but unexplainable at the same time, but that you're able to articulate enough that like it was better than expected is they smile and they revel that with you. They're very happy for you. Oh, that's incredible. Good luck. Good luck. I hope you found I hope she's shown you the right path.
She has shown me the right path.
And they all are like, oh, like they're having the same thing. They're having this like, oh, that Hecate, she's so great. Um, and yeah, I think Arendil you would see as probably the three of you are at least making it back to Thessaly together before dividing to the cult. Um, Perhaps you'd notice a sort of more confidently awakened Bisan as you all make your way back to the city. Um, Calanestra looks a little like like that was a rough night for her a little bit. What about you, Arendil? What's your disposition after the event of last night?
Mm, I think within himself he's more confident of and confident and having a purpose or knowing what his purpose is now is a little bit more defined. So he's carrying himself forward than what he would normally do. Where he feels that he is, he's more, he's raising himself up as he walks. He's making more his presence known, but he stands up to it, like, walks a bit taller, a bit more confident.
Calanestra looks at the two of you and goes, well, I'm glad you two look so happy with yourselves. Have fun.
It was a bit of a revelation, so sense of
Yep,
purpose is coming through.
she has a way with those revelations. Oh, good job.
Yourself, Basson, you carry yourself with more confidence than I have seen before. How do you fare?
I have a lot to think about.
I'll know that I'm going to talk in the line. We're in a sparring session.
She just kind of chuckles at that and shakes her head and then looks at Callistra, and kind of pulls herself together a little bit. The thing about choices is that some of them can be made again.
I suppose so, yes. Right.
And I will actually leave the two of them because she needs to go find some place to rebraid her hair.
I need to not be a third wheel. I'll talk to you guys later.
Yes, essentially.
Fantastic. And the two of you, Arendil, beginning to proceed back to the Undercity. I imagine it's a bit quiet on Callistra's side. She's not as sarcastic as usual. But at one point she will turn to you and she'll say, "Thank you. I owe you a thank you for the comfort. My mother's not always kind to me when envisions such things, so I appreciated that."
Thank you. I will say, I did notice Etharrith. I believe that he is, well, from what I know, he's still young of mind in a sense. But with your guidance, I'm sure that he will become the person that he needs to be.
I'll have to take your word for it. I guess I've never had siblings. Hecate's not known for making many offspring. She's no Poseidon or Zeus. Those two fuck like rabbits. But I guess I just hoped we were. It's early. We don't know each other very well. I suppose I've put too much hope in that. For now.
From my end, being a discipline, having some of those pathetic and looked up to, is tough. It is hard work. You have to make your own name. Come out of the shadows of your elders. But with teaching and kindness and stones, I'm pretty sure we can. We'll be able to guide him in the way that he needs to be.
Well, we'll see, I suppose. We'll see. I'm still coming on your fancy ship that looks like a large turtle. But yeah, I'll be there.
I will help you with your things if you need.
Oh, I'll get the grand assistance of the great paladin of Zeus, will I?
Well, you need to be a side assistant somewhere on the line. Plus, I know where I'm going.
Yes, you seem to. Well, I'll be I'll be happy for that. It'll be a fun trip, I think. Very interesting people. Repressed, but interesting people.
They're a fine crew. Who will serve well.
Fair enough. You make your way back to the cult of Hecate. I think you get there long before Etharrith does, because he got a full 8 hours. You guys are. He's probably sleeping right now in the chronology of everything as you get there. You're looking around for him. He's asleep on a rock in the Astral Sea somewhere. And no Etharrith. You find there's a couple of the witches there from everything who are like laying around like this with their coffee mugs, looking a little worse for wear. And everyone's just having a chill day over here. Callistra picks up her bag, throws a couple of potions and ointments and seemingly random objects into her bag. She goes, space. The next frontier, huh? Very well. She kind of like takes a last look at the Umbral Enclave and um, I'll be back. I'll be back, perhaps. We'll see what crossroads and paths my mother puts in front of me. And you two can return to the ship. Bisan, you're there. The crew's largely like gearing up, preparing for takeoff, familiarizing themselves with the artillery, so on and so forth. Boomstick tells you something about explosive bolts. You're a little headaches and tired for it, but that's cool. Got explosive bolts. It's tight. And yeah, you guys, maybe you fall into a hammock somewhere. Then Arendil and Callisto will show up, and Callisto will go. What will she do? She goes. She like starts looking around. She goes, "Oh, this is the captain's quarters. Great." And she'll go hop in the bed and get some sleep.
Perfect.
At which point, Etharrith, you will have shown up in Thessaly as everybody has gotten to the ship. Where would you like to go? What would you like to do?
Back to the ship.
Back to the ship. You get onto the ship, Etharrith, and you're pleased to see that there is activity aboard. People are double checking the hull, the food stores, the Spelljammer's ready to go. The medical bay is empty, but you guys are, loaded up with a number of new officers and ready to take flight. Arian says, "Good to see you at the helm, Captain, I'm told. Congratulations on your promotion.
Thank
And
you.
Condolences for your predecessor."
Well, these things happen, I suppose. Quartermaster, I need to know the state of our supply situation.
Well, I took some of the funds from the shipping run and I made sure that we were stocked for at least 20 days for the crew. But otherwise, the hull is, or excuse me, the storage bay is empty. We have no crates or cargo. The ship awaits your command. I will say, after I thought a passive, like, there is a slight tone to his voice, not meaning to be like pointed or anything, but just like you're getting a vibe from him that he thinks he knows you pretty well. He thinks he knows how you obtained your promotion, and he's playing it cool, and he's not meaning to give anything off, but you get that from the back of his voice. Like there's like a you think he thinks he knows how you got to be captain.
You know as well as I do that I was fiercely loyal towards the captain. I was often the first to say that we should follow his direction first and foremost. So, what happened on the mountain? If you had been there and you had seen the state the captain was in, you would have done the same.
Take a persuasion check.
18?
He tilts his head back, absorbing your words, nods slowly, says, I understand. I truly, truly my condolences.
The decision was made with Arendil and Bisan were also present, and I don't think any of us enjoyed the decision that was made, but it was unanimous.
I can't begin to say that I truly understand, but I get the sense that that's maybe not for me to understand. But well, you are captain, and that works fine for me.
We must look ahead, although now that I
And
think
where
of
is the
it,
head captain?
that is a great question.
Also,
How-
who's the girl with the silver on her body and the hair and the eyes and everything?
That would be my
Who's
sister.
in who's in your captain's? Oh my God, your sister.
I'm sorry, she's where right now?
She was in your quarters. I only assumed there was you had. I'm so sorry.
Well, just leave it be for now. Last night was mentally taxing.
I'm going to put my foot in my mouth, and you just tell me where our heading is. That's the second time I've said something stupid today in a span of 5 minutes.
Well, how about we call in Arendil and Bisan and convene our knowledge, I suppose. And I guess I'll gather my main party members. Yeah.
He goes, no, 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 Captain. I will get them. You're the captain. And he will find you, Basan, he'll find you, Arendil, and he tells you both the same thing. The captain requests your presence on the bridge.
I'm on my way.
All right, and with that, it is you four who are sitting on the bridge, and no other crewmates as of now.
Well, we must decide our heading, and I have two schools of thought. We could continue with what the previous captain intended prior to everything that happened here, which was to take jobs, acquire allies, amass enough favors that we might call in an armada against the Prophet. I propose a tangentially related course of action, but slightly different, is I would like to try and acquire something a weapon of some kind to use against the Illithid. Great space is technologically advanced, and so I would like to see our ship become a force stronger than any nautiloid.
The end goal is the same, regardless. And yes, the ship does need to be fortified and gunned up as much as we can. We still need allies. So I think combining both would be a sensible bet.
Also, one weapon that is good for one thing is not the weapon that is right for another. So we need to consider what we are going to target so that we can carefully craft our attack. Sometimes power is not brute force.
Well, we've fought nautiloids before. We know what they can do. Their tentacles will kidnap crew members with a touch. And from there, I think they just... I'm trying to remember our fights with nautiloids. I'm pretty sure they just did ballistas and
it was the
mangonel
tentacles.
shots.
And the tentacles as well, which obviously takes the people. But
yeah,
that was about it.
The tentacles can, teleport people aboard the ship as prisoners. They also have the power to plane shift, out of danger, which is a deadly combination.
I think also a good course of action would be to try and get ourselves into positions or something that will try and help with the mindful air attacks mentally, not just physically.
As much as I'd like to set off now, I think I have one thing I want to do. I want a shield generator for the ship, and the Azure Guard have that, so I guess we'll see if they have a job that needs doing out in space.
Well, we do have funds, and I think there was only above the table. There's only one quest that I don't think we did because it required this year, which was there was the Abyssal quest, which was pre-astral magic. I think I've got wrote down, and that was the only quest that we couldn't do at the time because we didn't have this shit around us. That's on the test list. I mean, that was the only one that I know of at the moment.
Absolutely. It may be an out-of-date quest that was given to you guys quite a while. Someone else might have done that by now. Might be good to double check.
There could be other quests if we wanted to do something.
So, Captain, are we going to make Thessalis our port for a little while? Or are we...
As a reminder, you haven't... Oh, so sorry.
No, sorry.
You also haven't hired a artificer. I know you were wanting to do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. How about this then? Arendil, you check the job, the quest listings, see if anything has cropped up that has, well, is of interest or value. I will make inquiries with the Azure Vanguard, see if I can't get us access to the a shield generator, or at the very least, the plans for one. And Bisan, you try and find us an artificer, someone who could build such a thing. The dwarf was a bust.
Okay. I am going to take a rest for a couple of hours and regain my senses before I head out, but that will only be a couple of 4 hours.
Understandable.
The crew hasn't had a whole lot of shore leave, and I need a nap.
Very well, I'll
She's going to go back to her hammock.
Yeah. I'll look to Ari and say, it looks like we're taking another day to acquire jobs, so the crew is free to do as they wish for the day.
Okay. And he's gonna stomp on the deck 4 times rather than the 2. The 2 is the signal for yeah. But the Spelljammer is going to stomp 4 times on the ship pretty hard. And you just hear a resounding like woohoo to the ship.
Yeah.
Before I leave and Etharrith leaves, I'm going to just wait for everybody else up. What was his name? I just had it up there.
Aryan?
Arien, that's it. Gonna wait for Arien to leave and I'll turn to Etharrith. You realise that your sister is not happy with you and the way you left last night. I'm not sure why you ran or what you were running from. But just from my experience, being in your position, you cannot show this crew that kind of thing. You will need to be sorry.
I was shown a temptation, a weakness in my soul. I chose not to indulge it.
You're very strong to resist the temptation. And my word stand. You are the captain. I will stand behind you. And know that if you do need help, I'll be here to help. I just hope that if things turn in some of the decisions I end up making, for want of a better word, you'll be there to help as well.
I am fine now. I was feeling disoriented and out of sorts after the loss of Ed, but my mind is clear now. There won't be any more shows of shameful weakness of such. My mind is clear.
It's not shameful to show to be and feel weakness. Although, just be careful who you show that to.
We have our jobs to do. Take your rest, and I'll call everyone together again this evening. See what we have.
Aye, aye, Captain.
And
And
Etharrith
I'll
will
walk off
depart.
and
Got it. Sweet. So you guys all head out looking for work and artificers and such.
Yes.
Hey. Um. Okay. I'll tell you what. It's a little early, but it is also a little late to be getting into anything too intense. So let me put this out there. Is there anything anyone would like to do aboard the ship? Any interactions anyone would like to have? Any last little role play things before dispersing to go do some of these little errands that need doing?
Um, I guess Ether would like to address the crew because he hasn't really had a chance to.
Okay. The crew's all heading out to have another day on the town. And yeah, you get their attention.
Yeah.
And they all gather around the sum. How many people here? Let's see. There's 7 plus the 5 is 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. You gather the 20 crew members in front of all of you.
Greetings to you all. Some of you have been members of the crew for a while. Some of you are new. I am the new captain of the Prophet's Demise, and you may refer to me as. And there's like a flick, like the slightest flicker of emotion in Ethar's face, and it quickly gets just held down. Captain Voidlight.
Ooh.
right.
Everyone sort of nods.
Take the time as you need to enjoy this peaceful period, because once we finally set sail, things will become very, well, intense indeed. This ship, true to its namesake, has a target, an illithid prophet. And it is this crew's mission to see this illithid prophet slain. In the face of such a threat, we must bring our best. As your captain, I vow to you that every choice made, every order given would be to ensure that this illithid falls and we, the Prophet's Demise, emerge victorious. This only succeeds if the crew is united in this mission. So if any of you feel as if you would falter in the face of such a foe, now is the time to back down. But if you hear of the foe like this illithid prophet and think to yourself, such a thing cannot be allowed to live, then I want you here. What say you?
Make me a persuasion or intimidation check, your choice.
Persuasion. Oh, God. I'm going to have to burn this inspiration.
Go for it.
Etharrith, please. Okay, 24. There we are.
Hey. Let's see here.
Well, I will raise my sword and say Captain Voidlight. Anyway.
Very nice. I'm just taking a peek here. Your officers stay. Not one of them falters. They in fact look empowered by the idea that there is like a purpose more than just profit. Ha- well, they're I guess not, but still. You know what I mean. Uh, However, you lose one crew member. One of them falters, is like, "Holy shit, we're gonna go fight a what?" And they sheepishly kind of leave. But the rest of the crew kind of like shakes their head. It's one of the new people you picked up.
Yeah.
They kind of shake their head at that. Um, and I think Collianiera or Collianera, there we are. Collianera missed mine. The second Spelljammer you bought says, "It's no matter. I can man one of the weapons while the other Spelljammer is working."
So be it. Thank you. And that's like the sort of crew member like leaves. There's no shame in this. Better to fight another day than to take on something you don't feel you can.
Yeah, there's some nods. They understand that. There's no shame. Um, they're like kind of quiet. You've proposed something quite intimidating for them to face, but they're all there. It's a quiet resolve that you sense from your crew.
Well, on that note, go out into the city, enjoy yourselves, through whichever means you prefer, and look forward to tomorrow when we finally soar back into the stars.
They all sort of nod and begin to walk out. You see at the back, Callistra sort of kind of like leaning against the door frame to the captain's quarters, kind of witnessing the whole thing. Feeling a little, she's tired, half awake. But she watches and kind of like gives you a little nod of like, "Good work." And then returns back inside to go back to bed.
Efforts only answer a nod with a frown, and then go off to find the Azure Vanguard.
All right, I'm gonna go looking for the Azure Vanguard. Are you going for the Azure Vanguard or are you going for House Shambra?
I suppose it's actually House Shamrath. I'm looking for I'm trying to get access to the shield generator, even if it's just like plans, just something.
Got it. Got it.
I thought you had the plans.
I have the
Ooh.
plans. I have the plans for the weapon, not the
Oh,
shield generator.
I thought
right.
you had
Well,
plans for both.
I will say you do have both because
It includes both. Oh, in that case, I mean, if I don't care, then I just need an artificer. I'll
you just
go
need
with
an
Bisan.
artificer. Yeah. Okay, cool. Go Bisan, look for an artificer.
Yeah.
I think we can get that out of the way. It'll be a little snappy like last time.
Yeah.
But I can give you your options for artificers if you wish.
Yeah.
I've got 6 of them. I'm not going to go through 6 of them with you. We'll say that 3 out of 6 show up. So, why doesn't one of you roll me a d6 to see who your first potential candidate is?
4.
4. You meet Thessa Moonthread. She is a half-elven alchemist-based artificer. That's her speciality, alchemy. She is a excellent potion brewer. There's a bit of a eccentric dreaminess to her. You get a sense that maybe she's like tasted one too many potions. She's tested some potions on herself, perhaps. She's got this sort of like, "Oh yeah, I'm more than happy to help out with building anything." She's very skilled at healing brews and buffs. Basically, her potions are mostly based around buffs and healing. But she's very skilled in that sense. Roll me another d6. Etharrith, what would be the next d6 to see who candidate number 2 is?
4.
Roll again.
Naturally. 6.
Hey, okay, here we go. The next one is Melanthius Coppergut Daros is his name. He is a male gnome and he is a mechanist artificer. He's very proficient. He says he was a former tavern owner who discovered that he had more of a talent for fixing golems and siege engines than brewing ale. It's not every day you can get your hands on those kinds of things, but once he could, he was very persistent at it. He loves a challenge. He's very boisterous and energetic. And he says, if you could give me a hammer, a cog in 5 minutes, I can fix it. That's kind of his MO. But he's extremely good at emergency repairs and magical engine tuning and yeah, construct creation, siege engine repair, stuff like that. That's his thing. And for your last candidate, roll me a d4, one of you.
I'll let the captain do it.
Okay. D4. That's a 2.
A 2, you meet a female fire genasi who is Pyrolux. That's her name. She is an artillerist artificer, not unlike Ed Yord, in fact. She has an obsession with astral weaponry. She admits that she once caused a major accidental disaster here in Thessaly, where she accidentally launched a ship through an uncharted portal when testing a new weapon. She says, I admit that one was on me, but I've learned from my mistakes. And what I can tell you is this. I may be a risk taker, but it always leads to something grand, something great. And I'll tell you what, there's nobody on this dock who understands new age artillery and weapon enhancements like myself. And to be very clear, that was like a fluke. That would never happen on your ship. I would never I don't have access to that kind of power aboard this ship, and probably never will be again on Thessalis, and that's probably for the best.
But what if you did?
I can make something really cool for you guys. Maybe I might test it off the ship though this time.
What do you think, Bisan, out of the 3?
Can we have the room, please?
Oh, sure. And she walks out.
And like as soon as the door closes and without even turning her head, she says, Ed Yord survived.
I'm aware. But we can't bring him back. He'd never forgive us.
He chose not to move. He chose to betray his word. And clearly whatever you said to him saved him. So, nonetheless, Ed survived. I like the fire genasi.
I like the gnome. I feel he slots in quite well. We have the exopoxy units that we don't really fully understand, and someone who understands constructs could be valuable. Perhaps he could even augment them somehow.
Then I like the gnome.
As much as I do like the idea of having an artillerist with a penchant for weaponry, we do have Boomstick.
We need someone to teach Boomstick. Boomstick is still using arrows. We
and
could hire
dynamite.
both.
Do we have the space or funds for both? We did just lose a crew member.
We did just lose a
You
crew
could also,
member.
you could also just fire a boomstick and just take on the artillerist instead. I
I
mean,
like boomstick.
I like boomstick. Hush, you.
Oh, okay.
You're not
All
there.
right, my bad. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He's my quirky hobgoblin. Let me keep him.
Okay.
But to be fair, I thought he was more of a bosun than he's both, isn't he? A bosun and artillerist.
No, he's an artillerist who's obsessed with explosives.
Okay.
I look forward to seeing what he comes up with when he learns more. It'll be very exciting.
Take both. I think both would help.
Oh,
Both is good.
both is good. All right, this ship's getting pretty fucking full.
Yeah, it's like only 21 crew members now.
Well, 20. You lost one, you gained one, right?
Yeah.
21. That's right. You're hiring
Yeah.
both. Okay, great. So if that's the case, because they are quite experienced, they will be 3 gold a day. These two will be worth 3 gold a day. We are now have Melanthius Copper Deros, the Nomechanus, and the very safe to have anywhere near you, Pyrolux, Biogenosity Artillerist.
I'll take Coppergo aside and say, okay, your first order of business.
Uh-huh.
I will take out the 2 books. And I'm like, okay, half of this I want you to pretend you never saw because it is, well, for one, it's incomplete, and second, it would make something terrible. But the other half is a shield generator. What would it take? What would you need to build one for the ship?
Coppergut is his just jaws open because everyone knows what everything was over the last several weeks, right? And he's like, you have the schematics for the shield generator that everyone was chasing down?
I do. It was a lot of stress getting our hands on it, but we have it. So, what would you need?
I'm gonna need some time to read through this. That's what I'm gonna have. So that's what I'm gonna need, and then I can make you a shopping list if that's what you want.
That is exactly what I want. So,
So candles. That's what I need. Candles and time.
Very well. Quickly roll insight just to get a sense of whether or not he can take the schematics and run with them.
Go ahead and make an insight check. Absolutely.
A natural 20 for 27.
His little gnome heart is going to explode as he realizes that he hitched a ride on the right ship. he's no, you don't get the sense that he wants to go. You get the sense that he's never leaving, in fact.
Okay, good. I'll happily hand over the schematic then, and we'll ensure you have as much light as you need for reading.
Okay, I'm gonna go lay down and read. I'm very honored to be aboard this ship. Thank you for hiring me. Goodbye. He kind of scampers.
Pilot aside, damn, dude, what did you give him?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Guys, they just gave me a fucking shield generator. No, he scurries off like a child at Christmas who just got their shiny red bicycle. That gnome is going to be in heaven for the next little while. Pyrolex is like, what about me? What am I? Oh, hey, Captain, if we got a day off, why don't you come with me? Well, I mean, technically I don't know this, but hey, why don't you come with me? I don't know what you got equipped on the ship. You can take me to the ship. I can look around at your current armaments, and then maybe we go arm shopping, and we could get you guys upgraded.
I was going to suggest that.
Well,
And Bisan fucks off before either of them can suggest that she needs to do anything with either.
I thought multipliers just go, well, Bisan is our lead artillerist, so go with her.
Okay, cool. I love shopping on other people's dime. Let's get some cool stuff. And she will go off with Basan, and we will pick it up next session as you guys are taking a little time to upgrade, get some jobs. It'll be good.
If we can even afford the upgrades, that's the question.
We'll see.
Oh,
We shall
yeah.
see.
I mean, we've got, well, as far as I'm aware, we've got what, 9,500?
Well, and this will Bisan would take her back to the ship because she needs to see what we have. Because
Yeah.
she could clearly tell me, probably without going someplace, tell me, really quickly, this is what it would cost.
Yeah.
If I don't think we've got the budget for it, I can say, hey, it's going to cost this much. We need a job to do this much. So we can streamline that.
Alrighty.
Absolutely. Fantastic. And as a reminder, you have 19,000 GP chilling in your cargo hold.
Hell yeah. Okay, maybe we can afford it then.
We can't dig into it too much because some of that is what pays for the crew when we're gone for months and months and months at a time.
Yep.
So we might want to put a cap of 30% of that we can use, or what,
Yeah, we're at about 120 a week for the crew now. I think something like that.
Okay.
Bisan was hoping to get back to the cult, but well, shit. We'll get there back eventually.
Yeah, you got time. You got time. You can head back there. You got a day.
I have a question about Vivar, because Vivar is the one who's gone around with us, right?
She's the one who initially hooked up with Etharrith. She's the diviner. She receives visions.
Huh. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
She
I
might
like
be able to help.
diviners.
She
Those
may be able to
diviners
help then.
They're pretty cool, those prophets and diviners and vision people. Love a vision quest.
They're the actually of wizards in that you rolled a 10. Actually, that was a 20.
I know, I love nothing but I think my next I think I might try and play into Eric's character because she's a divination wizard. I might try and like boogie up her prophetness. Maybe I might make her a little bit more visiony. We haven't been playing into that enough, maybe.
I would love
She's been
that.
trying to find a purpose outside the Kornberg Chronicles. So maybe I don't know. Maybe she'll get some visions. Who knows?
Yeah,
that is super, super cool.
Yeah, that would be just start hitting her with like omens and stuff, just like vaguely alluding to the BBG.
So actually, if you have a second, can I say something about just
Yeah.
So, because you were asking about what we were going to do, Roman's kind of got to wait for the meeting with Denise to go off to know exactly what's going to happen. But generally speaking, she wants to make the all-purpose tool, and she wants to do the research on the dragon prophecy. She's got all the appropriate tool stuff. She graduated from the university.
Mhm.
She speaks Draconic. So in
Yeah.
theory, she should be set up to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to just take a quick peek at the book regarding that because the book has spoken a little bit about how certain magic items are supposed to be harder to understand, build, and obtain despite their rarity, just to kind of keep the business end of like, Civis is the messaging people. No, just not just anybody can make a sending stone. I don't think it's going to be a problem because you're from Canada, so you would have that knowledge. I just want to double check and cover my bases is all. But other than that, yeah, it shouldn't be an issue.
So those are aside from meetings that might pop up, that is her next 15 days. I do not know whether or not I will be here next week. I will be driving, and I'm going to be running through Atlanta and Central Georgia. So in theory, I should have, if I am where I'm supposed to be, in theory, I should have service. I'll be in my car with like a single 20-sided die, and like, like it's gonna be super low tech, but I might be able to get here. I will absolutely be gone the following week, though.
All right, I gotta look at my schedule too, because I believe my drive from hell from Utah to Niagara is about to begin in about a week. So I'll keep you all in the loop about what that looks like.
Careful with that.
Well, it's not going to be just me. So
no, I figured, but
yeah. It's gonna suck, but that's okay. It's okay. That's life.
Okay. Right.
All right, guys.